Welcome to Rusty Rail's Railfanning Special. Train rides I have recorded, Part 4, 2023, July through December. We start off with Tweetsie Railroad.
All aboard the Tweetsie Railroad. Casey Jones, let's ride. The train is clear, Casey.
Here we go, folks. Be sure to stay in your seats. How about giving the people in town a wave and a big yee-haw? On the right is the Tweetsie Junction from a handmade sign shop, and you can see some entertaining shows at the Palace Saloon. Over to your left is the Hacienda, where we'll be having lots of great special events throughout the season, along with some other surprises.
I'll be here every Saturday. I wish you wouldn't be.
The train is clear, Casey. Let's ride.
That was a close one.
That's pretty low. It happens all the time, especially on windy days.
stop here at the Frontier Outpost. Seems our cowboys have a little bit of business to take care of. But keep your eyes peeled, because we know what might happen when a train stops in the middle of the wilderness.
Oh boy. Hey Sheriff.
Hey, Jeff,
I've been thinking about this town we got here.
I don't pay you a thing.
Oh, well, I did it on my off time, and I was thinking this town got some real potential. I'm thinking it's next Boom Town.
Boomtown? We can get at this one, deputy.
I'm just saying, I mean, the town has more potential. I think the sheriff, I don't know, I think you're appreciating it enough. Like, you know, you're not appreciating certain other people on the track. Like, you know, yours truly. I'm thinking, I'll give you a second here. I'm thinking, this town needs a new sheriff, and I'm the one for it.
You? You
Yes.
couldn't hit the front side of a barn, son. You couldn't even cross the street if it moved for you. You couldn't even... Huh? You can't even dress yourself properly there, son. Now, here's the deal. You think you can be the sheriff?
Yeah, of course I do.
You can, establish law and order?
Absolutely, sir.
You can, clean up these streets?
Yes, I can.
Help old ladies cross that said street?
Sometimes.
Help cats get out of trees?
I'm scared of cats and trees.
You gonna clean up this town?
Yes.
Then get to it. I want all this dirt out of here by the time I get back. Now, I'm gonna get me a Coke, alright?
Oh, okay. I don't want to get this dirt. I need gone. Okay. Dang it, I'm tired of working all the time. He always gives me these fools everything. Hey, y'all pay for a show, you can get one. Who here wants to see a sharpshooting exhibition? Are you sure? Come on, we'll try it again. Who here wants to see a sharpshooting exhibition? Yeah, that's a live train. All right. Okay. You guys see this fancy little blank right here? I'm going to throw it up there. I'm going to shoot it out of the sky on the count of 3. And a 1. And a 2. And a 3. Still caught it.
Hold it right there, deputy. This here is a daring daylight train robbery.
Deputy, you can't start the fireworks yet.
Hold it right there, Sheriff. I got you right where I want you.
Well. It ain't Yosemite Pipsqueak Brooks, the ugliest outlaw in the West.
That's right, Sheriff. I am fresh out of jail and I've come to rob this entire... Hey, wait a minute. I ain't that ugly.
Really? Whatever happened to that girlfriend of yours, Yosemite?
Well, she done left me.
And why is that?
On the account of I'm so ugly, okay? But that is besides the point right now. I'm here for that gold. And you two are going to go get it for me.
Yeah, sure. Let's see if I can't knock his face back.
Hold it right there, half-blood prince. Why don't you just go get him the gold?
Go get him the gold.
Go get him the gold.
You got something stuck in your
Go get him the gold.
Okay, all right.
Well, looks like I finally won. I'm going to be a very rich man there, Sheriff.
Looks that way. What are you planning to do with your share of that gold?
Probably visit the TNT store, give me some fireworks. You know, 4th of July is coming up, so I want to kind of celebrate a little early.
Fireworks.
Yeah.
The long range or the short range? You got some company behind you.
That's right, boys. This here's a sticker.
A what?
A sticker.
A what?
A stick up.
Oh.
Get it for your...
We can finally understand it. I thought it said sticker.
Oh. Well, who is it?
Well, you know what that is?
No.
That's Mayor Dillinger Dangerfield, the stinkiest outlaw in the West.
Uh-huh.
That's right, Sheriff. I'm fresh out of jail and I come to rob this
You say
train.
you're fresh up. No, wait a minute. You can't rob this train.
And why not?
I'm already robbing it. Besides, you have to be this tall to rob the train anyway.
You're not even that tall.
Now, if you
Wait
would take
a minute.
train robbing
You
the
would-
place back at the office, you would think that I and not you instead of robbing the train. You've only taken the
well,
train.
just
I don't know how to read that schedule.
Well, that sounds like you probably.
Hey, take it. Smell it. Drop it.
Now
Oh,
we got
man,
to
yes, dude. Now listen. You see there's only one way we can solve this.
How?
Well, because it's a great idea. We're going to do an old-fashioned Western drawl.
I like the way you think there, Picasso. All right, folks. Here's a good old-fashioned wild Western draw. That means I want a nice clean fight. No kidney shots. You got that, Yosemite?
Listen, it only happened 3 times, okay?
And my mother's never been the same. On the count of 3. Uno!
So,
Twice! What in the world? Yeah! All right, come on. Let's go. Yeah! Gotcha! What? All right. Hands in the air! Yeah! Yosemite! Reach for the sky! Whoa!
what's that one I was supposed to do?
What in the blazing saddles is going on here?
Looks like we caught 2 bandits across the wall.
Bandits, huh? Isn't it a little late in the day for bandits?
About my fuck, yeah.
Sorry about that, Colonel.
Well, real interesting because I just got a telegraph from up at Fort Boone. They said they're waiting on you, that shipment of gold, and they got a surprise.
Surprise!
Surprise, and I don't know what they got in store for you, but it sounds awfully suspicious.
All right, that sounds like a
So why
plan.
don't you load those bandits up on the train and I'll follow shortly.
Sounds good. There, train, Yosemite, train. You, get back on the train. You, get on the train. Conductor, take me to Fort Boone. Horse, take her to Fort Boone.
Walker, get on the train.
Conductor, shut your mouth.
All right, everyone, please return to your seats. Casey Jones, let's take the train to Fort Boone.
Like I said, we have to be prepared for anything. Take your seat and we'll get on up to Fort Boone and see what the trouble is all about. Seats, folks. Our cowboys will check things out.
Sheriff.
What?
Who's rolling?
What do you mean rolling?
Who is rolling?
Wait a minute! Get out of my way! To the box! What do you want to trade this whole time?
Arguing with Dare over here because she keeps asking if she can wear my pants.
That's pretty weird, Dare. But her wanting to wear your pants aside, what are you doing on the train not going to the fort?
That's a good question. I should go ask myself that in the fort, shouldn't I?
Yeah. Go ask yourself that.
Yeah. And I'm sure everything will be fine. Just fine and dandy.
Deputy! Bert Boone. Bert. Deputy, tie them up.
Hey,
Over where? Over here? All right, buddy.
Ow! Everything was not just fine and dandy.
Did you hear that?
no.
Well, someone said it's not fine and dandy. Now look, a year ago tomorrow, you suffered an injury.
I sure did.
And I know you're still recovering.
The pain still hurts me to this day.
If you guys don't know, he broke his butt last year on 4th of July. Now, do you think you're well enough to watch over those two? We go check it out.
Well, I'm gonna need a tip from every single passenger if that's what happens, but I think I can do that.
All right, you got this. Don't give us this. What?
All right, I'm watching you.
Yeah, thank you for using your head.
Hey, tip from you too as well.
We ain't got no
What? No money.
Hey, you just stand over there and keep your mouth shut.
What? Dogs? What's happening here?
Who are
you?
My name is Bad Bart, and I'm the meanest police there on this side of the paper. Looks like that telegraph I sent to Marshall really worked out. I was worried it wasn't going to send because we don't have any signal out here. So you better be on over there with the trooper and keep your mouth shut.
Well then, about time he showed up, boss.
You pipe down. I got here as quick as I could. I had to take care of that trooper so he wouldn't run off and tell his little friends that I was on my way.
Now you two, you three, y'all just wait until that deputy and the sheriff return. Why, they're gonna.
I thought I told you to keep your mouth shut.
Well, why don't you make me? That's a pretty good argument.
Now wait a minute. Y'all three are the dead horse gang, ain't ya?
We are.
Now, how about you stay over there and pipe down while we get back down to business?
Oh,
Thank you.
That was easy. Let's go get that going.
Whoa, Dad, we can't rob that gold quite yet, alright? The sheriff and deputy are still inside the fort, so we have to, flush your mouth so we can take care of the passengers. So what should we do?
Alright, you two go hide over there. I'm going to hide over here. When they come out, we'll drop them.
Alright,
The
Ben.
plan?
Oh, boy!
Deputy,
What's this?
I have not seen that cowardly sheriff and the trooper anywhere.
You know, I found out about you from the Fort Moon side.
Good, put it back. Wait a minute, while I look down.
Surprise, Sheriff!
Surprise, Sheriff!
Oh, they can't multiply.
I'm Bad Bart, fresh out of jail.
And you're in and out of the train. I've heard it all before, cupcake. All right, deputy, cover me. With your gun, you mean.
Oh, my man!
What the place goes?
I forgot to go to the press, didn't you?
Oh, my
Now, God, Casey John, slide. Now you get over here. All right, what you got? Go, got your hook. Get out of here. Let's get the hook. That's TNT! Dynamite! I ain't your sweetheart! Hold it! Let's switch!
Alright then. Hey, how's it going?
How's your travel cheap stuff like that? We the one! here, Trooper Boss.
Where's the leak, ma'am?
All right. Hey, Marshall.
Yeah.
You got Bart back there?
I got that Bart. She ain't going nowhere.
Especially without her horse. All right, Tiffany. What should we do with these guys?
Oh, I see lots of rowdy children on this train. I think they'd love to lock up some bad boys. How do you think about that?
Bad boys, bad boys.
Yeah!
Cool. Let's lock them up. Let's lock them up till about 10:30 tomorrow morning. Everyone, thanks for spending the day with us here at Tweetsie Railroad. We love you. We want to say a shout out to our engineers, to our conductor, and if you're not with us tomorrow, happy 4th of July.
All right, everyone, please return to your seats. Have a great big round of applause for the Tweetsie Cowboys, Cowgirls, and Trooper Bobs.
Say you won't forget me.
Casey Jones, let's get this train on back to town.
Goes to Boo Hill? Question mark?
We know.
That was a close one. Well, let's head on back to town, and I'll tell you a little bit more. Our train is being pulled by a genuine coal-fired steam locomotive. We have 2 locomotives here at Tweetsie Railroad, both built by the Baldwin Locomotive Works of Philadelphia. Our number 12, the original Tweetsie locomotive, was built in 1917. Ran on the East Tennessee and Western North Carolina Railroad. From 1918 to 1940, the train ran daily between Johnson City, Tennessee and Boone. The train got its nickname, Tweetsie, because of its whistle echoing through these mountains. Our number 190 locomotive, the Yukon Queen, was built in 1943. She served in Alaska during World War II and was brought to Tweetsie Railroad in 1960. Each day, our locomotives will burn as much as 5 tons of coal and use up to 5,000 gallons of water making steam to pull us around the mountain. Many of the earlier settlers in the area lived in simple log cabins, much like this one. They're small and have dirt floors, but they kept the family cozy and warm during the harsh mountain winters. Settlers moved west. Folks dug and sifted for gold, silver, and precious gemstones. Maybe later you might want to trek up to Miner's Mine and tell you about the Tweetsie. Well, looks like our train trip is just about over. Sure hope you're all ready for this. We'll be pulling back into town in just a few minutes. Maybe you can treat yourself to some good food or drinks. Maybe take in a show at Battle Saloon, the Hillman Stage. Visit one of our many stores and get a souvenir to take home. There's a lot to see and do at Tweetsie. Ride the rides at the country fair or head up to Miners Mountain and pan for gold or other precious gems. Visit the deer park too. There's more rides and shows up there for little ones of all ages. Then if you want, come on back and ride the train again. Things are always changing out here in the Old West. You never know what might happen next. To wherever you want to go. Don't forget you can upgrade your ticket to a season pass just by visiting our ticket office. Thanks for riding with us. Y'all come back and ride with us again real soon. Bye-bye now.
Welcome back to town, folks. Once again, please remain seated until the train has come to a safe and complete stop. And the train cars have finished moving backwards. It's time to take the exit out the rear of your train cars. Thanks for spending the day with us and have a safe and happy 4th of July from all of us here at Tweetsie Railroad.
Our next train ride, we head on up to Cass, West Virginia, for the Cass Scenic Railroad's Bald Knob Excursion.
As our trip begins today, we're going to be traveling up the greenbrier division of the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad, also known as the CNO, which once supplied Cass its main connection to the outside world. When we come to the water tower, we'll switch over to the old logging railroad of the West Virginia Pulp and Paper Company, now known as West Rock. And just up ahead on the right, the ruins at the end of the parking lot is what is left of the sawmill that was once in operation here at Cass. The first mill was built in 1901 and it burned in 1922. This is the second mill on the site. Logs are brought down off the mountain on the railroad, dumped into the mill pond, and sent to the mill where they were sawed and stored in the area that is now our parking lot. The mill sawed 95,000 board feet of timber. By 1910, the mill averaged 125,000 board feet of timber a day. by the locomotive repair shop area. This is where all the maintenance and major repair work is done on our engines and passenger cars. These buildings are replacements for the original shops that were destroyed by fire in 1972. The shop has all the tools that our skilled mechanics need to keep our antique engines running. Up ahead on the right we have shade number 5 and shade number 2. Today, right in front of Shay number 11 was built in 1923. The Shay operated both as a logging locomotive and a common carrier till 1965. It served the Hutchinson Lumber Company and then the common carrier Feather River Railway as their number 3. The cars that you're riding in today were at one time logging flat cars. They were used by various logging operations here in the state of West Virginia to carry logs down off the mountains to the sawmills. Driven by gears. Because of the gears, the wheels are mounted in swivel frames called trucks, which enable the locomotive to maneuver around sharp curves. The shades were designed for power, not speed. On level ground, the shade will reach a top speed of 10 to 11 miles per hour. Today, we'll be running an average speed of 6 miles per hour. now being pulled. Since we do have coal-burning engines here at Cass, there will be some smoke and cinders coming back over the roofs of the cars. It's probably a good idea for you to keep your head and under the roof of your own car to prevent cinders from coming back and getting in your eyes. However, if you do happen to get a cinder in your eye, whatever you do not rub your eye. You will scratch it. Just ask any one of the crew members, and we'll give you some eye wash. we going up over the tracks that you see now. As we approach the upper switchback, we're going to be stopping here for a few moments to allow our engineer to oil and grease up the engine. Once our engineer has oiled and greased up the engine, then we'll continue our excursion going up the mountain. beautiful black smoke that'll be coming from the smokestack as Stephen is shoveling into the firebox. And at this overlook, you'll see both broadleaf trees and evergreen trees growing on the mountainside. The evergreen trees that grow up here is called red spruce. This northerly species is the reason the lumbermen first became interested in sheep mountains. The wood is light, soft, and close grained. This made it ideally suited to the types of paper-making processes that were used in the early 20th century. Red spruce can grow as high as 80 feet and as wide as 3 feet at the base. And from this point on, going up the mountain, there will be a couple of tree limbs and branches brushing up against the side of the cars. We ask that for your safety and for the safety of others that you do not attempt to reach out and pull any of them. Once you do, everybody thinks they can do it. By the time you do, it could come back and hit the person in the face right behind you. So again, for your safety and for the safety of others, please do not attempt to grab any tree limbs or branches that will be brushing up against the side of the cars.
He doesn't know what they are because he's not a flower guy. I asked him what the red flowers were. I don't know, I'm not a flower guy.
Whenever you're ready.
I suspect we'll be going a little bit faster on the way down.
Same here.
Very careful.
safe and wonderful evening.
The very next day, we headed back to Cass for the Cass Scenic Railroad's Greenbrier Express.
start off, I'd like to introduce some of our train crew. Up in the locomotive, we have our engineer, Chris, and our fireman, Brown. They'll be hard at work doing the duration of today's trip, keeping all fired up until we send the trip. Also Also on board today, we have our conductor Joyce, as well as myself. Please see any one of us for any needs or concerns you may have today. Please be advised that say no smoking, no vaping, and no consumption of adult beverages training. If any time you are in need of restroom facilities, there is one located at the very rear of our train in the Railway Post Office. In addition to this, restrooms will be available in the depots and in the town of Durban. While the windows in these cars do open, and they are open now, please do be mindful of the extremely high clearances outside the train cars, especially on the side opposite of the river. It is very important that we keep head, hand, arm, leg, belly buttons, head, shoulders, knees, and toes, all that stuff inside of the windows at all times. And especially small children. Please keep your small children inside of the train cars. Also when the windows are open, please do be mindful that nothing falls out of them, as we do not stop the train while en route. Items are not able to be retrieved if they go overboard. And to the parents and guardians of young people aboard today, please make sure that they are accompanied by an adult at all times. If they need to go into another coach for any reason, definitely hold on to the yellow bars for crossing the threshold of each moving train. Once again, my name is Andrew. If you have any questions or require assistance during the trip, please don't hesitate to ask. But for now, I'd like to talk a little bit about the history of our equipment today and the ride we're on. Pulling our train today is Shay number 4. Shay number 4 was built in December 1922 by the Lima Locomotive Works for the Birch Valley Lumber Company of Tioga, West Virginia. It can carry 70 tons, it weighs 70 tons, can carry 5 tons of coal and 3,000 gallons of water. When Birch Valley closed in May of 43, number 4 was purchased by the Mallard Lumber Company. It was used here on Sheep Mountain, and it pulled the last log train in the cast on June 30th, 1960. Unfortunately, it was purchased by the state in June of 1962, and it pulled the very first cast scenic railroad excursion the next year. So behind the locomotive are the 4 cars we'll be riding in today. All of these coaches are over 90 years old. One of the cars on the train is a post office car, as mentioned earlier, and its heyday was used on the Delaware Hudson line. This car has an open area on both sides of the train and provides a nice area for fresh air breathing. Also on this train was car number 202 and 3607, and they were used by the Delaware-Lackawanna Western lines. They were electrified commuter cars, and they worked on the New Jersey line. At the very front of our train, car number 835, this was built by the Pullman Company way back in 1917. It's the only original operational Western Rail and coach in existence. So the history of our line today, we're traveling alongside the Greenbrier River on the former Chesapeake, Ohio Greenbrier Division. Construction on this line started in July of 1899 and was completed to cast in December of 1900, and it later reached Durban in 1902. But unlike most C&O branches in the state of West Virginia, this was not a coal hauling line, but rather served the valley's rich timber industry. So in 1903, there was a junction made in Durban with the Coal and Iron Railroad, later part of the Western Railroad Railway, and the remnants of this junction now serve as a Y track that we will use to turn our train cars around this afternoon, kind of like a 3-point turn for a train. So those of you who are on the river side will be on the mountain side on the way back and vice versa. But as we ride along the river today, keep an eye out for deer. We have river otters, we have beaver, we have black bear, bald eagles, hawks, and ospreys. There are also 2 species of duck on the river. We have the mallard duck, and then we have the merganser duck. The merganser has a gray body with a copper-colored head. The hen has kind of a rusty copper-colored head. The drake has a very, very black head. Also, we have blue heron. We see them all the time on the train. And we also have a grouse, or as one small passenger put it, look, Mom, it's a camouflaged chicken. But we do have a lot of grouse, so usually we'll see them on the side of the track, kind of playing around in the ballast, and usually the train scares them off. But in addition to this, we also have the native plants. We have columbine, we have mayapple, we have wild grapevines, mountain laurel, although it's almost unblooming. There's rhododendron we see on the train, bush honeysuckle, dogwood, crabapple. There's a lot of wild blackberries out there, and we have some only floral roses. In addition to this, there's a myriad of other wildflowers. And what I like a lot is these called scarlet bee balm. It's a stark, very, very nice red flower. It's got a lot of longer, pointy petals. Keep an eye out for that. name's Andrew, and I'll be back with you as we get to different interesting points along the train today. Thank you. entering the former sawmill town of Wanless, West Virginia. It was here in 1903 that the Monroe Lumber Company started a sawmill facility, and it operated until about 1950. So there's a freight siding here, and it existed until 1943, being the left side of the train. And though Wanless was removed from the list of freight stations in 1956, it did remain as a passenger flag stop until 1958. So once again, imagine a decently sized siding over here on the left, serving the sawmill. On the right side of the train, this meadow we're opening into, this is where the sawmill facility would have been. So imagine, if you will, a sizable complex and hundreds of wood to timber. Thank you. Here very shortly, in about a half mile or so, our train will be crossing over the newly rebuilt Trout Run Bridge. And the building of this bridge was the last link in reconnecting the line from Castor after the flood of 1985. So just off the river bank is the ruins of the original bridge built by the Casino back in 1901, and it still has the original rails dangling from it. And when the river is low, like it is kind of today, here we get up here out of the tree line a little bit, we'll be able to see one piece of rail resting at the bottom of the river. And because the majority of the riverbank was washed away here, an entire new approach had to be excavated from the mountain. So take a look at the angle of the former bridge and the one we have now. It's a very, very stark contrast. But the chain events that ended up destroying the bridge and then travel of this line began at 300 hours on November 4th, 1985. There was a large storm forming that much North Carolina up was really stronger than most because it was the remnants of tropical storm 1. The end had just met with a cold front coming down from Canada. It really made the perfect storm. So the next morning, November 5th, 1985, thousands across the state of Australia woke up to one of the worst natural disasters in the state's history. With flooding rains across the cheap greenbrier river, pressed at record levels 250 feet above the floodplain. I told my people that lived here at the time that the water was so high it took the roof line of the Dollywood building. So the 1985 flood caused an estimated $570 million in damage back in 1985. Over 3,500 homes and 1 million businesses were destroyed. Most of the east side of Cash, where the business district was washed away. Today, it remains one of the most costliest and deadliest floods in the state history. But now, 30 years later, thanks to a private-public initiative between the Durham and Greenbrier Valley Railroad and the Western Virginia State Rail Authority, we are once again able to travel over these lines and enjoy some of the scenic routes. So, once again, that bridge will be up here just momentarily on the right-hand side of the train, and you'll see some of the original rails that are still in the riverbed. Thank you.
There's the rails.
here after the second railroad crossing to draw water from Allegheny Run, siphon water up from the creek. It will also be greasing the locomotive. So the Horseshoe Lumber Company erected a sawmill here back in 03. It was a decently sized facility. It was a fairly thriving community. It's a large depot building and a store and all sorts of other things that one goes on. After we get moving again, on the left-hand side of the train, you'll find a large concrete building. This is where the sawmill would float their log. So we're open up into a big window on the right side of the sort of sawmill was. If anybody would like to take this opportunity to get out and walk around the train and stretch their legs a little bit, that would be a good activity.
We're making an unscheduled stop right here because apparently a tree fell down on the tracks. After removing the tree, we continue on our journey.
checked into the depot this morning, we got a nice sticker with one of two colors. It is either red or green. If you have a red sticker, you'll be eating lunch at Station 2. So you'll be getting off the train, going across the street, heading down to your left. There'll be a large wooden building with a 12 card on the side, and the sign that says Station 2. A green sticker, you will be eating lunch at Central Sweet Cafe. You'll be getting off the train, going across the street, and going down to your right. There will be a nice sign that says Central Sweet Cafe. More than just lunch, though, there's a few other things to do in Durban. Go to the Rail and Trail store. There's some nice hand scooped ice cream. There's all sorts of that fun stuff. There's some souvenirs and t-shirts. There's also a rent to the Book Price Community Visitor Center. They have a nice little art museum inside there as well. There's more than just sitting in a restaurant. There's also a picnic table at the depot and some benches there as well. That is going to be different. So we're happy here at the depot president, and I will be dismissing the this a little bit more of an organized manner. Thank you.
No, it's got to be the black cherry. That's the best one. That was really good. I like it. You doing all right? Have a good lunch? Yeah.
everybody, and welcome back aboard the Greenbrier Express for our return trip to Cass. As you can see, the train has been turned, so you have a different view going back. Now, if you've enjoyed this excursion, in addition to the Greenbrier Express, Derby, Greenbrier Valley, and Cass Scenic Railroads have a few other excursions for you to enjoy. Originating out of Cass and utilizing the steam-powered Shay locomotive, we have the Bald Knot train. This is an approximate 22-mile, 4.5-hour round trip. We depart the depot from Cass at an elevation of 2,400 feet. The Bald Knob at an elevation of 4,842 feet. The Bald Knob is the second highest point in the state of West Virginia. And when you arrive at the summit, we've made the equivalent to an 800-mile trip to Canada and climate because of the higher altitude. Up the Earth Complex, the annual football of the far north region, and the overlook affords one of the most beautiful and breathtaking views globally. One of the notable sights from the observation platform is the Green Bay telescope in the observatory. It appears surprisingly small in the distance. Next out of Cass, we offer the Whitaker Station train. Whitaker Station is the location of an authentic logging camp. It has been recreated by volunteers of the Mountain State Railroad and the Lyman Historical Association. It's an 8-mile round trip, about 2 hours. You get to the top of Whitaker Station, you have a nice view of some old logging equipment and a nice place to walk around with a picnic with your family. But when you travel away from Cass and over Cheat Mountain to Elkins, West Virginia, and Randolph County, we have the New Tiger Flyer. And this is a 4-hour, 46-mile round trip excursion. And it departs from Restored Depot in Elkins, West Virginia. This excursion takes you up some mountain grades through an S-curve tunnel over a very high trestle bridge. And it actually has the sharpest mainline curve to the side of the rock, almost 36 degrees. So the climate-controlled passenger coaches on this train, the Tiger Flyer does have climate-controlled passenger cars. They are pulled by a vintage diesel-powered locomotive. And the excursion takes you on tracks that run along the scenic Shaver Sports of the Cheat River up to the high falls of Cheat. This is a nice waterfall, an elevation of 2,900 feet. And the waterfall is 8 feet high and an impressive 150 feet wide. And it's located in one of the most remote and lovely settings in the region. These falls are only accessible by the train or a several-mile grueling hike straight up the side of the mountain. As you may note, as we were coming into Durban this afternoon, we saw 2 cabooses set off on the riverside of the track with no other sidings. For something different in an overnight stay, these are an excellent opportunity to experience some of the quiet and solitude along the Greenbrier River. We market these as the Castaway Caboose, and they're available for rent, and they originate out of the Derby Depot. These are 2 original restored Wabash Railroad cabooses. They've been renovated and made into comfortable efficiency suites on rails. Kind of like a modern RV on the railroad. They're located several miles south down the track from Durban, and they're only accessible via the rail line. So you'll be escorted to your site by a little blue diesel locomotive and back to town in the same manner. Coming soon, although it's not quite ready yet, the camp car is definitely something to look forward to. So we have an original Mallow Lumber Company camp car at Cass, and I plan to rent that out in the same manner as the cruises. So the Mallow Lumber Company started logging around the Cass area in 1942. So instead of building stationary shanties for their temperatures to live in, they took logging cars and they turned them into camp cars. So these cars moved to the men as they progressed to the next stand of timber. Much like in both automobiles. But the Derby Greenbrier Valley has completely restored and rebuilt the old camp car for $419, literally from the frame up. And sometime in the near future, it will be available to rent for overnight stays. It is completely equipped for a comfortable camping experience, like I said, very similar to Castaway Cabooses. And like I said, it's not quite ready yet, so keep an eye out on the Mountain Rail website for updates on this new rail facility's availability. It's going to be a nice one. A little more information about the type of train pulling us today. This is Shay locomotive. And the first Shay was built in Cadillac, Michigan in the year 1877. And the last, which we have, Western Maryland number 6, in Lima, Ohio in 1945. It was created by the inventor Ephraim Shay, and it was intended for use in some of the roughest mountain terrain under the worst possible conditions. Not having rivers to float their logs to the middle, the lumbermen saw the Shay as the perfect tool to accomplish their difficult job. So So unlike standard steam engines, each wheel of the shay and the tender cabinet is a drive wheel. This means that no wheel can spin unless they all spin, and it gives shays a lot of traction and an even flow of power to negotiate these steep grades and heavy loads. It's kind of like all-wheel drive for a shay. But out of the 2,761 shays built, 5 here at Cass are among the few remaining anywhere, and they're definitely unique relics of the lumbering days. Also, Cass would have a complete machine shop and is capable of duplicating and rebuilding almost any part of these engines. And since the average life of a locomotive is about 34 years, these shays would have stopped operating a long time ago and held such attention to their output. If anybody would like some more information about our venues or any of our excursions, please don't hesitate to visit the Durban and Greenbrier Valley Railroad at www.mountainrail.com. Thank you. can walk around there's I believe there's a blue heron down on the right side of the trail in the lily pond. They're standing on a log. Over there out in right in the middle of the lily pond. We'll be back out. There we go. Well, anyways, behind the depot is the company store. This is all part of the Scenic Railroad State Park. You can walk around the town up to the wooden sidewalk and see some of the original lumber company houses. These were built around the turn of the century for the lumber company. Some of these are available to rent. They come in 2, 3, and 4 bedroom configurations. And they even have a kitchen and linen service. Also from the state park, like I said, is the company store, which features Gibson and other sundries. But there's an artisans co-op featuring West Virginia-made crafts. There's the Cass Historical Theater Museum. It's actually one of America's only authentic lumber railroading museums. Then there's the Shays Restaurant, which is a dine-in and carry-out service with some decent food. So if you head west on Route 66 for a few miles, you'll run into the four-season resort of Snowshoe. Snowshoe is on top of Cheat Mountain, the same mountain Bald Knob is on. And on May 1st this year, they had 14 inches of natural snow. But some of the many things up at the resort, they've got bike trails, hiking trails, horseback riding trails. There's some golfing, there's a lake and some fly fishing going on up there. There's a climbing wall, and there's a brewery for those that are so inclined. But whenever you head north on Route 28, or Route 92 rather, leaving Route 66 in Cass, you pass through the little town of Greenbank, West Virginia. And Greenbank is home to the National Radio Astronomy Observatory and their radio telescopes. The radio telescopes, unlike visible telescopes that many of us think of, they don't detect light, but they detect radio waves, and this helps the scientists and astronomers better understand some of the inner workings of our universe. But this is a area within a 10-mile radius of the observatory is the strictest regulated part of the radio quiet zone, where all radio transmitters from cell towers to Wi-Fi are specially regulated by the federal government. This is why there's no cell phone service here. Also, within the town of Greenbank, microwave ovens are illegal. Cannot microwave your food in Greenbank. As you drive through the town, you will see an anomaly, though. Maybe not to those of you 35 and older, but the anomaly of the town being a phone booth. And there's another one in the next door town of Arborvale, but it's definitely deceptive and there's no cell service around here. Note, too, that when you pass by the Dollar General store, it looks a little different. And you say, Andrew, everywhere in America has a Dollar General store. Well, ours is the only one in the U.S. that's painted with a black conductive lead paint to help prevent the electromagnetic radiation, meaning interference with telescopes, coming from their wireless inventory checkout scanners. So, yeah, I suppose the Dollar General is messing with the telescopes at one point. But anyways, in the town of Arborvale as well, there's the store that's been there since the mid-20th century. It's Trent's General Store, and it's a classic example of what each community in rural areas once couldn't go without. To this day, Trent's is still a slow-paced, general country merchandise store. They've got just about everything the locals need without having to travel the hour over to Elkins or Marlinton. They've got everything from groceries and hand-cut meat to fishing worms, not to be confused with the hand-cut meat. They have hunting licenses, fishing licenses, plumbing, all the hardware supplies you can imagine. They've got gas, propane, so just to name some of the few things. If Trent's doesn't have it, you probably don't need it. Then if you're headed towards Elkins on Route 250, you'll be going through the towns of Bartow, Frank, and Durbin. And as you start to go over Cheat Mountain, there's a couple more tidbits of interest. There you'll see signs for Cheat Summit Fort right after you cross Cheat Bridge. If you go to the left up this Forest Service road, you go to the top of Cheat Mountain. This is the site of a Union Civil War fort where they were protecting the Stanton-Parkersburg Turnpike from enemy shipments at one point. There's also Gardenier Knob and Scenic area, and if you're curious about what the loggers saw when they first came to the area, there's a 50-acre tract of virgin, uncut red spruce forest on top of Gardenier Knob. The folklore is that the two different logging companies around the area thought the other one had the right to cut this. In reality, neither of them did. So now, saved for posterity, is an area left untouched and growing as it has been for centuries. But all of this land is part of the Monongahela National Forest, and after the lumber boom in the late 1800s, early 1900s, the mountains here were stripped bare for miles, and this damaged a lot of the local ecosystem and caused severe flooding and soil erosion. So in 1920, the government purchased this land, and it became officially recognized as the Monongahela National Forest. Today it protects nearly 1 million acres of land, and it's got all sorts of recreation and wildlife. But Seneca Rocks is not far from here, if anybody would like to go see some other things like that. There's also Blackwater Falls. There's the Dollywood Wilderness, Cranberry Glades, and the Williams River is not far from here either. But now if anybody would like to take this opportunity, the same as earlier, maybe get out and stretch their legs, walk around the train a little bit, venture back to the post office car, maybe use the restroom while we're not bouncing back and forth. That would make it a good time. Anyways, I thank you for your attention. turn this bend on the left-hand side, if you're heading the riverside, you might get a glimpse of both bridges as we're coming up on them. Once again, that'll be about a quarter mile out from you. breaking away from the Commonwealth of Virginia, officials still wanted Virginia to be part of their state. West Virginia is also the only state completely within the Appalachian Mountain Range, and that's why we have the nickname the Mountain State. Moreover, North America's largest alluvial diamond, at 34.48 carats, was discovered near Peterstown, West Virginia. And this is in the part of the state, it's part of the border with Virginia. But it's known as the Jones Diamond, or the Horseshoe Diamond, since it was found by members of the Jones family while pitching horseshoes in April of 1928. Has anybody ever seen any of the old antique barns painted up with chew mail pouch to treat yourself to the best? Well, that got its start in Wheeling, West Virginia, with the Block Brothers Tobacco Company. They started painting barns and bridges with that. Also, first for the state, the first free rural mail delivery service took place way back in 1896 over in Charleston as part of a pilot program for the post office. It helped determine the feasibility of rural delivery for the rest of the nation. The highest point in the state of West Virginia is Spruce Knob. This is the next county over. It's over in Hamilton County. And it's 4,863 feet above sea level. More than just the highest point in the state, Spruce Knob is also the highest peak in the Allegheny Mountain Range. And contrary to its name, the New River is actually one of the oldest in the world. And it flows from south to north because it was formed before the mountains were. In fact, the first brick street in the United States was laid in our capital, Charleston, on Summer Street in 1870. And not far from here, we found the first Ice Age fossil in the United States. It's a Canadian greenbrier plant. Just a few days ago, back in 1796. And it was in a giant spot, the section of the state fossil mine. I believe it's almost full on top of the complex of Charleston. West Virginia also had the first women's federal prison. This opened April 30th, 1927 down in Alderson. It's one of our good friend Martha Stewart stayed with us for a little while. And Mother's Day got us started over in Grafton, West Virginia, May 10th, 1908. Also from the state, we have the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, which we can use for the Martha Stewart stand. But this is a National Historic Landmark. It's the largest hand-cut stone masonry building in North America, second in the world next to the Kremlin over in Moscow. And not far from here, over Chi Mountain in the town of Webster Springs, we have the largest sycamore tree in the world. That is until it fell in 2010. It was estimated to be over 500 years old. And you don't have to travel far to see the world in West Virginia. In fact, the state holds the record for having most towns named after cities in other countries. We have Athens, Berlin, Vienna, Calcutta, Geneva, Genoa, Cairo, and even the thriving metropolis of Shanghai, West Virginia. But yes, I thank you all for your attention. I will be back with you a little closer to our arrival in Cats. And as a common theme with today's excursion, we do have another tree on the line. So we'll be pausing here momentarily. As we're beginning our entry into the cash depot, just a quick reminder that the company store, artisan shops, museum, and the restaurant will be open. So on behalf of the staff and crew of the Derby, Greenbrier Valley, and Cass Railroads, we thank you for joining us on this new Greenbrier Express. Hope you've enjoyed today's excursion, and we wish you safe travels and look forward to you joining us again. Thank you.
We now head back to Tweetsie Railroad for their ghost train.
Please move all the way to the back of the train car and quickly take a seat. And please fill up all the available seats. The sooner we get you seated, the sooner we'll begin our journey. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Tweetsie Railroad's Ghost Train. Tonight, we're in for a special treat. These particular fall nights will pop. I'm one of the conductors and your guide for this excursion. Our engineer is the Venerable Casey Boat. Before we begin our journey, take a few simple precautions. Do not stand or move around the cars while the ghost train is in motion. Smoking and vaping is not permitted on the train. Keep your head and hands inside the cars at all times. Maybe you won't lose them. And keeping your head inside the cars will help prevent getting a painful cinder in your eye. And don't get too friendly with the other passengers. And this night, anyone may fall prey to the evil verse of darkness, transformed into a werewolf. Right, Crazy Bones?
Right, Mr. Conductor. Now, the werewolf hunters riding with you may offer some protection from these evil creatures. Now, the fireman and I will do our best to make sure you have a safe journey. As long as the train keeps moving, well, we should be in no danger.
Hello, everyone. I did a little nighttime hike on a trail. Sadly, it started pouring down rain, so I'm trying to find my car. What? Are you okay?
All aboard the ghost train. This is your last chance to change your mind. Casey Bones, let's ride.
Everyone making moves on the ghost train. It might be the last time you see me tonight.
The conductor and I commend you on your bravery in leaving this safe haven to the dangers of the unknown. Now the werewolves avoid towns. They prefer the cover of darkness. As in the forests you'll be passing through. We've reached the point of no return. Ghost train will soon leave the land of humans. There's no going back. Full stream ahead, Casey Bones. Don't stop for any reason. By the whistle of the ghost train. The scent of fresh blood on board. The werewolf is half man, half animal. Clever feet, animal skill, power and fitness. Genius and relentless hunter with an insatiable appetite for humankind. Did I just see one there in the woods? Yes, we just saw something up ahead. There's some sort of hairy animals are running across the tracks. I'd better slow down and take a look. No, Casey. I wouldn't slow down if I were you. They're rushing toward the engine. Watch out! Oh, he grabbed one of the firemen. I told you not to slow down, Casey. I suggest you push that throttle as far as it'll go. Left the pack behind for the time being. Now that they've beat the human flight, be no stopping you. Mr. Conductor, I know it's dangerous, but we just gotta stop at the mining town and warn poor old Aunt Izzy. She's all alone in that storehouse, and she don't stand a chance against them werewolves. Oh, very well, Tweetsie. But for the sake of our passengers, don't stay for a second longer than necessary.
Alright, hunters, spread out. Search the premises. If you see a werewolf, you know what to do. Now let's make this quick, alright?
What are y'all doing ruining this peaceful night? Can't you read the sign that says closed?
Izzy, don't you know that the town is under lockdown tonight?
It ain't safe to be out now.
I didn't hear about no lockdown. I've just been out here cleaning.
Izzy, I'm afraid that we have werewolves out again. What's here to tell you should go ahead and lock up before you get yourself hurt, alright?
I think I'll be okay. I can handle myself.
What that thing?
Sorry, yes, sir. Listen, now's not the time for jokes, okay? These people on board the train are in danger, and so are you. So for the last time, get inside, lock yourself up before you get yourself hurt.
Alright, I'll consider that when I see one of them werewolves.
Shoot yourself. Protect the passengers! Come on out! We gotta go!
Passengers, take your seats. Casey Bones? Now, these creatures have badly explosive. And who knows what they have in mind?
now the locomotive damaged. We're gonna have to stop for repairs. Jason, not a good idea. Remember what happened the last time we stopped? Listen, if we don't fix this locomotive, we'll never get these passengers back to town. All right, but be quick. Werewolves are right behind us and gaining fast. Oh, goody! It seems we've reached the safety of the fort. Werewolf hunters, patrol the area. Casey Bones makes the necessary repairs.
Alright, you heard the man. Tanner, get inside, see if there's any survivors. Everyone else, spread out, be ready for anything. Looks like those werewolves already made it here. I don't want there to be any more surprises, too. Alpha, what we got? All clear! Bravo! How about y'all? Alright, hunters, take a breather. Folks on the train, you guys have nothing to worry about. Everything's under control. Let's just hope that Casey Bones is about done making those repairs over there. Hey, that's Tanner! Get inside! Go, go, go!
I'll be done. Something scared them werewolves away. I could have done that. Looks like return to your seats. I warned you not to stop, Casey Bones. Get out of here as fast as you can. savagery of the werewolf. I hope no one on this train had contact with any of those murderous animals. Check yourself for the symptoms of a werewolf's bite. Are you starting to feel a little furry? Are you foaming at the mouth? What about the passengers around you? Are they starting to look appetizing?
Mr. Conductor, here's an idea. There's a silver mine just ahead. Now the hunters can load some silver ore in their guns because, as we all know, a silver bullet is about the only thing that can stop them dad-burned werewolves.
Yeah. That just might work. Unless those monstrous creatures get there first.
They still have some of that dynamite left over. Everybody hold on!
Please be calm, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is perfectly under control. However, apparently some of our passengers weren't very lucky tonight. It was their fate to become what they had feared most. Now, they joined the ranks of werewolves. to the wheel of your train car. Good night. And good luck.
We have another video from Tweetsie Railroad, but this time during the daytime operations.
Tweetsie Railroad. We got a lot of fun things for you to do here today, so let's get started with a Wild West train ride, being as you're already here. You're sitting behind a real coal-burning steam locomotive, so you might just get a painful cinder in your eye. The good folks at the first aid station will be happy to help get it out for you. Pulling our train today is locomotive number 12, built in 1917 by the Baldwin Locomotive Works of Philadelphia. From 1918 to 1940, Tweetsie ran on the East Tennessee and Western North Carolina Railroad, or ET and WNC, between Johnson City, Tennessee and Boone. Folks back then used to say proudly that ET and WNC also stood for every time and with no complaint. During the troubles of the Great Depression, local folks joked that it could also stand for eat taters and wear no clothes. The train earned the nickname Tweetsie because of the sound of its whistle echoing through these mountains. We've got another locomotive just in case old number 12 needs a rest. Her name is the Yukon Queen and her number is 190. Before we get started, I just want to remind you to stay in your seats while the train is moving, and be sure to keep your arms and head inside the train cars at all times. You never know when a desperado or tree limb might just sneak up on you. We want you all to be safe and have fun riding the Tweetsie Railroad. Also know that smoking is not allowed on the train, except of course for the engine. Our train will be leaving the station in just a few minutes, so be sure to stay in your seats. Riding the train with you today are the Tweetsie Cowboys and Cowgirls. They're going to introduce themselves to you and tell you anything else you might need to know. We're so glad you're here today, and we hope you enjoy your ride on the Tweetsie Railroad.
All aboard the Tweetsie Railroad. Casey Jones, let's ride. The train is clear, Casey.
Here we go, folks. Be sure to stay in your seats. How about giving the people in town a wave and a big yee-haw? On the right is the Tweetsie Junction, or a handmade sign shop, and you can see some entertaining shows at the Palace Saloon. Over to your left is the Hacienda, where we'll be having lots of great special events throughout the season, along with some other surprises. Cemetery Boot Hill. Many folks met their ends through violence and gunplay in the streets. They died with their boots on. keep your eyes peeled. You never know what might happen when a train stops in the middle of the wilderness.
There's something especially different.
Yeah, it's good.
Go check it out. You go ahead without me.
Suppose in the outhouse. So I'm gonna need y'all to keep your eyes peeled for them mask-wearing bandits. We've had several reports about them today, so if you see any of them, I want you to scream, shout, and holler, okay? Yeah, just like that. Wait, behind me? Okay, I'll take a look. There ain't nobody there. You're pulling my leg. Now look, you can't play games with the sheriff. Look, are you sure? Alright, I'm gonna count 3. I'm gonna turn around really fast, okay? 1, 2, 3. Well, there ain't a single soul. Y'all are just full of cotton candy. Now, I'm a busy man. I got a job to do. No more fooling around. Hey, Lester! Why is it dark in here? Lester! Why is it? Lester! Oh! You beat! You beat! Ow! Oh!
And stay it.
Why didn't y'all tell me that thing behind me? Come here.
Ha-ha.
Come here. Woo! Woo! Get out there.
My head. Woo! A lesson. Well. Looks like I'm your very own sheriff. That is the big idea. I'm here to rob this train.
It looks like I got the drop on you. Now get to stepping.
I'm so glad you asked. Folks on the train, if you know it, say it with us. My name is Texas Pete, and this here is my little brother Tabasco. And together, we all need the Flaming Hot Sauce Bandits. Chop.
Oh! And I'm Cayenne, and I've come to rob the train.
Cayenne, you're Mr. Cute.
They're flaming all right. Flaming idiots. What's next? Mustard or ketchup? Now look, we don't want no trouble, all right?
Well, it's too bad. Because like River City, trouble is what you got.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all right then.
Whoa, they're so coordinated.
Get over there. Woo! All right, I'm going to teach you a lesson, boy.
A lesson? Get off the boy. Oh, these low men show how to fight.
Yeah, my girlfriend.
I seen your girlfriend. She got a man like this.
Please don't line it up, get at her. Okay. All right.
Put him down. You want to know where he's been.
Wow, the shooting.
Now, you two are going to have gold right now.
Well, I can't get you that gold.
Why not?
Well, that's let trooper up there at Fort Benning. You know how he gets sometimes.
Yeah, you take that, he's gonna be upset.
Oh no, Tabasco. They're going to be upset. Whatever will we do? I guess we'll have to go home empty-handed. Wait a minute. We're bad guys. We don't care about their feelings. We don't care if they get paid. And we don't care about their novelty cap guns. Just give me that gold right now.
Look here, I ain't getting no gold from no mask-wearing, skunk-stinking bandito like yourself.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah!
Get out of here.
Well, alrighty. Yep, we'll get that gold.
Good job there, Tabasco. Now, tell me, What's you plan to do with your share of that gold?
I'm gonna get me a long stem rose from this elephant up at the palace. Oh, boy, some fudge shop. Oh, or a new saddle.
A saddle? You don't know how to ride a horse.
We can steal a new one.
You two, stop where you're going. Tabasco! What's in the box?
Ooh, 2 bags of gold.
2 bags of gold? How am I supposed to retire with 2 bags of gold? Where's the rest of it?
I don't know where it's at.
And Trooper Bob has it up now. Go. What?
Well, Deputy, looks like I underestimated your stupidity. Now, why don't you two get that box back on the train? Tabasco.
Texas Pete! Texas Pete! I just got a telegram. All the rest of the gold's at Fort Boone.
Thank you, sweetheart. We already learned that. Now, get on the back of the train and tie up the conductor. Tabasco, I want you to take care of the passengers.
Okay, take care of them?
Take care of them.
Okay, hey folks, my name's Tabasco. I'll be taking care of it. Can I get you started with a Coke or a Pepsi to do any soup or salad?
Tabasco!
What?
Take care of them immediately.
Okay, you're getting a soup, you're getting a salad, and you don't even get to look at the menu!
Tabasco, get on the train. I'll take it from here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, me and my compadres are going up and down the train cars collecting your valuables. We're talking dollar bills, we're talking coins, and we can cash in checks. Mr. Conductor, if you don't want a Wild West whooping, you better take me to Fort Boone.
Folks, these bandits don't look none too friendly. It's probably best to stay in your seat and try to stay out of their way. Casey Jones, I don't want a Wild West whooping. Let's take this train on up to Fort Boone. Folks, I've been the conductor on this train for a mighty long time now. And I've seen many an outlaw try to rob the old Tweetsie train, but not one has ever been successful. Till now. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be coming to our rescue, and it looks like the bad guys have finally won.
Sure, shouldn't we won there, Mr. Conductor? You just let me into the train car, going off way of resistance. Now, if you know what's good for you, sit back there, shut your mouth, and know your role, capiche?
Capiche.
looks deserted. Alright, you two lawmen, get back to back. And act like you love one another. Now, Tabasco, take that rope and go tie them up.
All right, sure thing, Walker.
What'd you call me, boy?
I said sure thing, Walker.
You lunk-headed idiots. We've been doing this for so long. It's Texas Pete, Tabasco, and Cayenne.
Wait, but you just called me lunkhead. So do you want me to go by lunkhead or Tabasco?
That's not your real name. It's just what Cayenne calls you behind your back.
Wait, I want to change my name.
To what?
Jalapeno Popper.
Yeah. Go tie them up. All right. What are you doing, lunkhead?
Scooping out the passengers, seeing which ones are rich.
Not that guy right there, that's for sure. Here, get in here. No, you can't fight passengers. Now, get inside that port and start looking for the gold.
I don't have a key.
Oh, really? You don't have a key, huh? So why don't you just try using your head?
Well.
You're useless. Get in there. You two, don't move a muscle.
Good thing you learned how to untie a rope. Now, where's that marshal at? What's up, Marshal? Thank goodness y'all showed up when you did. Them hot sauce bandits took over the train, brought us up here, tied us up, now we're in the airport trying to get that gold. Yeah. Yeah, the
You two stay over here and look at your box.
Alright. Ready, team? 1, 2, 3, break. Hey, Bugs! Where are you? I know you're around here somewhere.
Did someone say my name?
Yeah. Now, where you been? You supposed to be guarding this fort and that gold. Now, where's that?
Ooh, the gold. That's the best part, Sheriff. See, I hid the gold where no one will find it. I put a sign on it that says not gold. Just for extra venture.
Told you.
You gotta be kidding.
Did
Oh, get over here. Come on, we gotta take care of these hot sauce.
Tabasco!
Yeah,
Tabasco!
Texas Pete.
You seen that gold anywhere?
No, I ain't seen the gold nowhere.
Huh? What about you?
know what I felt?
What?
They had a whole surplus of these scented candles.
Let me see them. TNT, dynamite, and high explosive. You idiot. This is dynamite.
Whoa, hey, whoa, hey, wait a minute. This thing's dangerous, don't you know?
Wait a minute. How'd you three get untied? Loose. How'd you get loose?
Well, the marshal's afraid of course.
I haven't seen the marshal in years.
Oh, yeah? Well, let's look over your shoulder there.
Wait a minute. Wait, stop like that. Wait a minute. What? Where'd she go?
No, this is ours. Come here. Jimmy. Deputy, open this door. Where are you going? Open the door, boy. Look on me on. See, it's locked. What's this thing? You let that down. You put your traces in can, wouldn't be losing them. Sheriff, what about your team? I don't have one.
Oh, this ain't good. This ain't gonna go on the entire picture for this. I lost my key. Oh, Deputy, you all right? Oh, this is hard.
All right, let's see who these bandits really are. Walker Scott.
Yeah, this one's Calico Clint.
Now, Clint, I'm very upset with you. I never thought you'd be a hot sauce bandit.
Is this a bad time to say I'm retiring?
All
right, cowpokes, get on over here.
Oh boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes it for our 2023 season. I think we have a couple of cowpokes here that would like to have some things to say. Walker?
Am I going first?
Yeah, you go right ahead, buddy.
All right. So, I've been here for about 4 years now, and I'll tell y'all that's been the best 4 years of my life. Sad to say, I'm probably not going to be back next year. I may be back one day, but not next year. And, Wow, I didn't think I'd get this far. All right, I just want to say I love this job my entire life. When I heard about it when I was in college, I'll give you a story. My college roommate broke in the door, said, hey, we're going to audition. And I said, okay, and now I'm here. So, this is an amazing job, and I just want to thank all of y'all who have been here with it. I want to thank Chris and Kathy Robbins, HR, John Allen Setzer for even hiring me, and of course my friends on the train crew, Mr. Conductor, Casey Jones, I guess the horse riders, and all the cowpoke who have been out here with me for either 4 years, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, the one sitting on the train car crying right now. So, I just want to thank you all, and Walker Sky's not dead. He'll be back one day.
All right, I guess I'll go next. Something I'd say is that it's been a lifelong dream to work here. I've been here for 4 seasons, and I can say at the bottom of my heart, there is no other job that I love more than being a Tweetsie Railroad cowboy. It's amazing. I love it so much. I love the regulars that come on the train. I love you guys so much. If it weren't for you guys, I don't know where I'd be right now. So I want to thank the customers. Go ahead and give yourselves a round of applause, y'all. Because if it weren't for you guys, there would be no Tweetsie Railroad. But yeah, so I want to thank you guys again. Casey Jones, thank you. Mr. Conductor, I know I've been making your train late all season long, but we made it through, right?
That's right.
That's right. Yeah, I don't know if this will be it for me or not, but I just want to say that no matter what happens, Yosemite Brooks will always live on. All right, y'all. I guess that, anybody else got anything you'd like to say?
You're forgetting about something.
What are we forgetting about?
The final bow. We do
the final bow. All right. Guys, line on up. We got more bows.
All right. Come on in.
Marshall,
no horse shoes over there.
Do the best you can, all right?
All right. Let's see if we all went to theater school and learned this. 3, 2, 1.
Up, down.
All right. I've been doing this for 4 years. Everyone with me one last time. Casey Jones, let's ride. Woo!
All right, everyone, please return to your seats and have a great big round of applause for the Tweetsie Cowboys, Cowgirls, and Trooper Box. Casey Jones, let's get this train on back to town.
That was a close one. Well, let's head on back to town and I'll tell you a little bit more about the
I've missed you too much already, please.
In case you missed it earlier, our train is being pulled by a genuine coal-fired steam locomotive. We have 2 locomotives here at Tweetsie Railroad, both built by the Baldwin Locomotive Works of Philadelphia. Our number 12, the original Tweetsie locomotive, was built in 1917 and ran on the East Tennessee and Western North Carolina Railroad. From 1918 to 1940, the train ran daily between Johnson City, Tennessee and Boone. The train got its nickname, Tweetsie, because of its whistle echoing through these mountains. Our number 190 locomotive, the Yukon Queen, was built in 1943. She served in Alaska during World War II and was brought to Tweetsie Railroad in 1960. Each day, our locomotives would burn as much as 5 tons of coal and use up to 5,000 gallons of water making steam to pull us around the mountain. of the earliest settlers in the area lived in simple log cabins, much like this one. They're small and have dirt floors, but they kept the family cozy and warm during the harsh mountain winters. Islands such as this sprang up all over the place as settlers moved west. Folks dug and sifted for gold, silver, and precious deerstones. Maybe later you might want to trek up to Miner's Mountain and try your luck at Tweetsie's own gem mine. Thanks for riding with us. Y'all come back and ride with us again real soon. Bye-bye now.
Welcome back to town, folks. Once again, please remain seated until the train has come to a safe and complete stop. And the train cars have finished rolling backwards. it's time it is safe to exit out the rear of your train cars. Thanks for making it a great 2023 season here at Tweetsie Railroad. Tweetsie Christmas begins November 24th. Happy trails to you and yours until we meet again.
Our next train ride is on the Great Smoky Mountains Railroad as we take the Tuckasegee River excursion. If you've liked what you've seen so far, please give the video a like, comment down below, subscribe to the channel, and ring the notification bell to be notified about future uploads. Also, if you're interested, I have a Discord. The link's in the description below.
right hand side will be our speed shop, and that's where we do running repairs and oil lock maintenance for 1702, where we are currently rebuilding 722 on the right hand side. On the left hand side will be our diesel repair and our car repair shops. You'll see locomotives and cars sitting here in doctor trailer.
you've liked what you've seen so far, please give the video a like, comment down below, subscribe to the channel, and ring the notification bell to be notified about future uploads. Also, if you want to, join my Discord. Links down in the description. YouTube channel named Stephen Sane Railfan Productions chased the train back to Bryson City, North Carolina. We'll be seeing him about 2 or 3 more times. batteries decided to die, so we'll be right back. After changing the batteries and resetting the time, we're back on the rails.
that item, please go to the gift shop. Present your paperwork for that item, and they will get you squared away for that item. So once again, we ask you to plan report where you accept
Our next train ride is Tweetsie Railroad once again for Tweetsie Christmas.
Alright, y'all look, say cheese. Your flash ain't on. Fix it real quick. Look, say cheese. Your phone ain't, the flash didn't do it.
It did flash, too.
Well, why is it doing that?
It did flash.
It's all. Oh, you gonna sit with that? See how I get done. That blizzard one. They had that last year. Oh, I thought it was
All the way home, I'll be warm.
Vixen, all his reindeer pulling on the rein. Bells are ringing, children singing, all is merry and bright. So hang your stockings and share your play, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He's got a bag filled with boys, the boys and girls again. Here goes sleigh bells, jingle, jingle, what a beautiful sight. So jump in bed and cover your head, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. For he loves you just the same. Santa Claus knows we're all that you do, and says it ain't right. So fill your hearts with Christmas cheer, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He'll come around and shine, bring out for Christmas morn again. Peace on earth will come to all if we just follow the line. So let's give thanks to the Lord above, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa
safe to exit out the rear of your train cars, and Merry Christmas from all of us here at Tweetsie Railroad.
And our last train ride of the night is the Dollywood Express Christmas train. If you've liked what you've seen so far, please give the video a like, comment down below, subscribe to the channel, and ring the notification bell to be notified about future uploads. Also, join our Discord. Links down in the description down below.
So please stay seated while I let you know if it's safe to exit. Remain seated, everyone. Remain seated, remain seated. Alright, everyone, cars 126, raise your right hand, point it to the right. Alright, right off to the back of the train. Everyone on car 7, raise your left hand.
Those two whistles you just heard tell us that our engineer has received our all clear, and we will be pulling out of the depot at any moment. As we get ready to depart, let me remind you of a couple of the safety rules you'll need to know for our trip today. Please remember to remain seated at all times. This does include small children, as they are not permitted to stand on the ground or on the floor. If you have small children in your group, please have them sit in the center section seat with the light on the top side table. Also, remember to keep all lighting cards inside the car at all times, and the use of tobacco products is not permitted during our trip. Thank you.
Hey, who's ready for a train ride? Here we go. Now that we are moving, all of you on the last few cars to wave to our people, Master.
Okay, we are celebrating Christmas here at Dollywood. We're going to play Christmas music and
My finger hit the record button again on accident. But we had to make an emergency stop at the old show site. After sitting for about 5 minutes, we proceeded the rest of the way up the mountain.
We're starting our trip back up soon, so please remain seated. Please remain seated. Thank you.
Railroad is. I don't know what the road in Tennessee is, but we have some. Oh yes, do not see them and do not put your arms out. Okay, folks, I'm going to play a little story of Dolly Parton's childhood. There's polar bears. Merry Christmas! You know, everybody has a favorite holiday story, and I'm going to share one of mine with you. When I was a little girl, my parents didn't have any money. All the toys that we had were mostly homemade. And my mother, after all the years that she and my dad had been married, never had a wedding ring. She couldn't afford it. So they decided this was the day that my mother had a wedding. And so he told all of us that we could be on this trip, and what little dabble money he would have spent on us, we let Daddy put up Mama's will. And Daddy made us all part of it by hiding the ring, and the one that found it was going to get a special treat. Anyways, Daddy gets the ring, we all looked, Mama had no idea what was going on. Willis found the ring, my brother and I followed it. Anyhow, we got the ring, Mama loved it, we were all so very happy. And it was then that I realized that the best Christmas gift is not the one that you see, but the one you could get. So I want to challenge every person out there to give those who need it. And remember, a gift's not always something you buy. The greatest gift was given to us all. It didn't cost a penny. It was love. And I know you got plenty of extras, so I'll start by sharing mine with you. Hey, I love you. Merry Christmas. Look at all this.
and the guys who operate them. And we hope you enjoy riding behind them as much as we do.
know when it is safe to open. Thank you, and enjoy yourself here.
Thanks for watching. I hope you liked what you saw. If you did, please give the video a like, leave a comment down below, subscribe to the channel, and ring the notification bell to be notified about future uploads. Also, join our Discord. Link is down in the description down below, and channel memberships are now active. You can join by the join button or the link in the description down below. And we hope to see you along the rusty rails really soon.